Okay. Right. So, today we so last session, if I get everything up. So last session we fixed some performance bugs with the generated code with defined types. So let's have a look where we are. So we can see it working here. So all of these things work. We're able to call our symbol. Um, yeah. So today, most of these bugs were resolved. So we still have this as a bug. I'm pretty sure this is fixed by rebuilding, and it's not an actual bug. So I went through and I fixed most of the issues we were having. There's still the BEM one, but that's not really. I looked into that, and it's not really a bug. It'd be a feature, and probably a feature I can't really support easily. So it would have issues with. I'd have to change my Forker VS build basically, which is what I want. So put this down a bit more. Um, we have a mysterious stuck state, but we weren't able to reproduce it. So there is a lingering bug. So hopefully we'll be able to reproduce that. We managed to get. We changed how the symbol registration works just to improve the DX, so the user doesn't have to do that logic themselves. Because this was going to imply I had to do this logic myself, which isn't nice. Now the thing is that the whole point of this app is it's meant to allow us to run a scan over a website. Let's see about different. So there we go. So, the idea is to be able to scan websites, and then it will scan the websites for these different topics here. And it will let's get that there, and then it will show us the things it finds, the issues it has, and such. So we can get rid of that hello world bit. But the fundamental issue, this is in compiled mode, so it's going to restart. The fundamental issue is I don't like how with all of my projects, I'm usually re-implementing a different worker system. So I think today what I'm going to focus on is building a centralized worker system in Pico itself. That way, this project can use it. So, because obviously it will spin off loads of jobs to do all of these things, right? And we want that distributed across multiple nodes if available, and to do so reliably, and in a timely fashion. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can build out our worker system. So we're going to build it in Pico because rather than specific to this project, and then I can move over other projects I have to also use that worker system. So this interface is mostly going to be stagnant and kind of not. It's going to have the back seat till we've implemented that new system, and then we're going to have it spin off loads of jobs. It'll probably be one of those things where each thing is like its own DAG, right? So each thing's its own. It's not like these are different jobs. It may even be that each one is a miniature workflow. And so it could be like a workflow of workflows type thing. And then you would be able to spin up different jobs. You know, almost recursively. You know, a bit like a a fractal, right? So just keep spinning up smaller and smaller jobs until you've completed the work. And then obviously if something breaks, you only have to repeat or reschedule the one job specific part of the whole workflow of workflows that needs to be redone or reallocated to a different node, redistributed. So we're going to close our little project here for the auditor. And we don't need to look at the auditor anymore. Then we'll we'll start diving into Pico itself and see what damage we can do today. So I started a feature branch. That's all good. We don't need this running because I don't know the next time I'm going to look at this. That's an interesting PID. Anyway. I'm pretty sure that's the process ID. That's a really interesting one. 2080888. That's funny. Okay. So, the way the Pico works is we have internal folder with most of the logic of the code base, like the domain code, the DTOs, and the adapters, which are, say, core adapters to the running of the application. Usually I like to have a core adapter, which is usable in a way where someone who just wants to get something up and running can enable, but not necessarily in a production ready way, right? So if you just want to integrate, then it's a good way of doing it. Um, And then we have the WDK folder, which is the exposed things, which usually has the facades. So if someone wants to be able to access internal data structures or interfaces, they can do so through here. But it also has the optional adapters, usually with their own go.mod, especially if they could bring in their own dependencies, so that we don't pollute the root go mod with too many dependencies. So, internal, let's create a new system, shall we? Just trying to think of the best way to do this. So let's think, what I also do is I also have my test suites. So we have tests, integrations. And I think for something like this, we want to build it to an integration suite, I think, rather than trying to integrate it directly with the application, because there's going to be lots of things we're going to want to implement and we're going to want to validate it as we go. And there's not a lot of point in building something very basic and then hooking it into our application. So as the case with all of these things, do these ones, a lot of them have their own Go mod, yes. I believe that's the case. So then we don't bleed dependencies. Let's do the same thing here. So we'll start off here. Tests, integration workers. And if I recall correctly, we have to add it to our root to the workspace. So I've got all that with the other integration tests now. Have a look what else we have for the integrations. See if there's any good examples of what I want to copy. I will need a Go leak file. Wondering if some of these other integration suites are actually missing their Go link file. Why is that giving me? And if I recall correctly, we want to do Go work sync. Sorry for that. So Gonna do something? Just like these other files, I'm going to need probably a harness test. Did it work now? Synced up? So, yes, it is. I'm probably gonna need a harness. Am I gonna want to test harness? Probably. Um, I should say work. Oh, wait, wait, wait. So let's start with something basic. Um, let's just see if we can get a database being opened. Import package. Does that just work? And then you have to do on cleanup, don't you? That returns an error. We don't care about the error. Then we'll want to validate we can actually connect to the database. Oh, so just return that. We want to validate we can actually connect to the database. Nice. Almost like it heard me. Okay. Does that just work like that? I don't know if I have to pass any pragmas. I usually give it a file itself. Let's try it. Let's try. Let's see what happens. So let's make the first test. What did I call this? Workers test. Um, Test suite is working. Working's a bit broad. Is connecting. Didn't I already make it close? Yes. Yes, so I don't need to do that. Okay, we'll just ping again. Just to prove that it is working, right? Oh, I have to. So, expected a live database. Let's just go to the folder itself instead of running it with IDE, because then I can rerun things. So I didn't give this any tags, did I? I usually give my integration test suite the go build. So I want to do that. Right? You count one, so then it always does it without caching it, because that's annoying. What did I do wrong? Beta left. Oh yeah, of course. Unknown driver. Sounds about right. Because I have to import it, don't I? So how do I do this with modern NC? We'll use modern NC for these tests. I have way too many things unnecessarily open. Does this work? Isn't it SQL Lite 3? Yeah, it's SQL Lite 3 for Matanen. If I recall correctly. Matan. Matan. Not Matanen. Matan. Okay. So that seems to work. Only question is, do I actually want it to do memory? Do I want it doing it to a file? I usually do it to a file. Yeah, let's just leave it like this. The benefit of doing it to a file is you can enable the write ahead log. And so it's a bit more realistic to actually how you use it. Let's not get too fancy with the tests, because the problem is SN UL and then the problem with getting too fancy is then you end up with a situation where your test doesn't what you're actually doing. Okay. So we need the DSN. So it's file plus. Yep, that looks perfect. Sure. Isn't it like under? Yeah, isn't it like this? Um. And then obviously we need the write ahead log, or otherwise this is a waste of time. work? Did I do it right? No. Oh yeah, because I didn't use. So we just want to pass it in. Okay. So we're creating a temporary file, a temporary SQL file, SQLite file, and we're passing in our write ahead. So now it's realistic. So the point is that we want to try to create a worker system which is database driven. So I think we will use queues because we don't want to depend too much on the hook system in Postgres, which is what a lot of tools like Temporal and River do, if I recall correctly. But I believe that they're not necessarily as portable to other database systems because they build around that hook system in Postgres. And what I want to try to build is something that's, like the whole concept of Pico, where everything's interchangeable, modular, and upgradable. So let's try and stick with that mindset. So we have our write ahead log. Okay, our first scenario passing. Right. So now we actually have to make everything. And we're gonna keep coming back to this. So we're gonna keep trying to make new tests to pass as we go. So let's see. So workers. And like our other hexagons, we're gonna have worker adapt workers. Workers. Just pausing for a second because workers is plural and my hexagons are normally not plural. Worker. Worker. Worker? Worker feels weird. It sounds silly, but worker sounds too singular. I might call it worker. Because nearly everything. I mean, we have analytics. Is analytics plural? Analytic? Uh, quick packages, but that's based on packages. That's why that's. I'm gonna call it worker because everything else is singular. So I'm gonna call this worker. Worker. Uh, change for me. Worker. Right, where was I? So we're gonna want worker adapters because this is a hexagon. Worker domain and worker DTO. And every file is gonna need its own doc.go. Doc.go? Doc.go? Makes me realize I've never really said that out loud before. Doc.go? It's like DuckDuckGo. We'll come back to the actual contents of this file after. Okay. Now, this, I think what I'm going to do, and I was thinking about this a lot before, is I try to not own schemas too much. Because when you own a schema, you take ownership from the user. The developer implementing the system. However, I'm thinking this is a good example of another time for me to decide the schema. So I'm going to utilize like what I have here for the orchestrator. Just realize the orchestrator doesn't have an orchestrator DTO. And I'm going to create an orchestrator DAL. This is the type of moment where I might need to be might need to get like a second IDE up for quick reference. But we're going to need a worker DAL. How do we implement it here? So we have query SQLite, query Postgres. These are all of the actual implementations. So let's worry about SQLite for now. So we don't need this. This is auto-generated. We're going to be changing this. So this will just be, I don't know, worker. I have to figure out what migrations I'm going to need. So we'll just do SQLite for now. I'm going to have to obviously automatically test between all database engines. We actually, and we're going to get rid of all the queries for now. I need to not trust me when I delete. I'll decide. Okay. So let's get rid of all of this. So I had a think before of all of the things that I think is probably important for us to start. So the first thing we need to do is we need a job. That's like the most minimal thing, right? To have a job. So got to create a table. If not exist, jobs. That's a good place to start. We're going to want an ID, and I'm going to give it text. I'll probably make this a UUID. Primary key, not null. Right? We can add some basics just while I think of them. So we'll obviously have a created at. Default date time now, right? So that's the obvious stuff. Do I want deleted at? Let's think about it. So every job would have a timeout because every job can be expired. So every job can have a timeout. Let's store that as a just an integer. So in seconds of how long it'll take, and let's give it a default because it helps create more of a safe system, right? So like things can't you know break. Every job will have a record of when it was scheduled. So we need to know when it was scheduled, right? Every job will have every job will have a max amount of attempts, right? So there'll be a max amount of attempts that every job could have. Give that a default. And I guess we might need to then store the amount of attempts we have so we know. Um, so one of the things I like about the system I have for the orchestrator and because I will want this to also potentially replace the orchestrator and registers internal workflow system in Pico, probably in the future. And one of the things that does, which I quite like, is it has a priority system. So we will want to be able to give everything a priority level. So higher priority jobs or low priority jobs give way to higher priority. And let's make everything, I don't know, a max low priority, right? So it's a 5, we'll say, is the highest, the lowest, the highest, highest, lowest, the least priority. I don't know. We could also just make it go from 0 to 10. That might also make sense, and make 5, and I don't know. I'm just picking arbitrary numbers. Every job would have a payload. And that payload, I think, would be JSON. Now, SQLite has a thing for native JSON, doesn't it? Or isn't it just in the query? But is the data type, or if it's just in the query? JSON B doesn't. I might just... Yeah, I'm just seeing people do migrate. They keep it as text, don't they? The migration. JSON commands are just query. I know they use blob. SQLite JSON-B versus... is I think I'm going to worry about that afterwards. Let's just keep it as a text for now, and then I'll probably optimize that after the fact, so it's JSON-B. And maybe that I change it to a blob. Do we have everything? I'm certain we don't. But I'm thinking... Of course, a job will have a status. That's something that's quite important. Status. That'll be text. And we'll say the default status is... Well, we can define our list by doing check. Right? So we can say status in... put our statuses here. So there would be... Pending makes sense. Things that haven't started yet. Things that are currently executing. Things that have completed. And then things which have failed. Which means, I assume if you just create a job, I think... I'm wondering if I should put like unknown in as an option. Or like lost, or if that would just add I know doing migrations for check. Unknown. Might be a bit of a risk. Unconnect. Okay. Have a database table, I think. And then we're going to want to do... I put it in the wrong file. This is the up. And then for down, we're just going to want drop table. Drop table. Oh. Drop table if exists. What do I call it? Jobs. So what I'm going to do as just an easy way of doing this, I think I'm just going to see if I can just get this to run that migration directly. Just to see what it does. So I think this is a bit of a hack. Where does this put me? Okay. So let's say migrations. Let's copy this path. Then we'll be able to do trunk apply migration. Like already knows what code I'm on, right? um, so let's read the file. os.read file path dot join. And we're gonna want to pass in the file name. Migration. I probably should just use the migration system built into Pico. But let's just do this for now, and then I can wiring that. So yeah, it's the body and the if Eric was nil. Perfect. And then probably in open database, I want to call this. So this should still work. Doesn't work. It exists. Comma. I'm blind. Missing token. I don't know. Am I stupid? I'm gonna have to copy this into a thing, aren't I? To see what's wrong. Table if it. Oh, you're so stupid. Put this on its own line. Not that it should. What? I have to start removing blocks. I'm really confused. Oh, wait a minute. That's not at all how you do, is it? Oh god. No, that is how you do SQL. What have I fundamentally? Yeah, it is. It is a. Why does that make the IDE go? Okay, that was it. Phew. So let's. Why aren't you being? Oh, it's not being helpful because I have to set up build tags. See, it will have no entries. This is just testing that. Does this test actually? Yeah, it does help. So we do have the migration done. So we do have the migration. Right. So I don't need to test the down stuff. So I think what we now need to start doing is actually making our first worker unit. So we're going to need our actual data structure for the worker, for the job. So we're going to call our object job states because it captures the actual state of the job. So package worker DTO. And what we're going to do here, job state, is we're going to keep track. This is going to basically be the our internal representation of basically what we put into the database. Now, this is not the data object that will be literally taken from the database because the object from the actual database will be specific to the engine, where this is going to be our specific, the data object that powers the internals of our application. Because the other one is for the data access layer, which will be generated. This one is for the DTO, which is for the internals of the worker, and also if the worker communicates with other services about its internals, which is why it's in another package DTO rather than inside worker domain. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to look at the database, see what we put in there. Got the dial. Gonna want our thing. But yeah, we're gonna want the Golang version of that. Have we lost music? Let's put this here. So we're going to want ID string. Do I want the JSON stuff? Maybe, but let's not worry about that right now. String. Um, Payload. Is payload part of the job state, though? Or is payload the payload? Because the job state might not actually be a direct representation of the jobs table, which is another reason why I also like these other layers of, these layers of objects, because it allows me to make these decisions. Because really, the payload is adjacent to the job state, because we might be able to type payload. Now, obviously, job state could be a generic. But let's split them up. Let's split them up. So the job state will just be the state of the job, but not the actual contents of the job. That also might make it easy if I want to do stuff like probing for the metadata of the job without decoding the JSON, because we're probably going to have queries like that too. And probably there'll also be queries where we get the JSON, the payload, but without necessarily the metadata, though that's probably less common. So let's ignore payload for now. Priority. I mean, I might put payload in. But let's just see. Let's just see what we end up needing. Something like that. So one thing we're going to want to do here is we're going to want to know when a job is done, if a job is active, if a job has succeeded, probably if it's failed, probably if it was in the past, like if the if the scheduled that is in the past or the future, maybe. So I think one of the things we're going to want to know is the state in a position where it's dead for, right? So it's never coming back from this point. So it's dead, basically. Um, So if it's in a dead state, what states make it dead? It's in a terminal state. What kills it? So failed is a dead state. Completed is a dead state, and unknown. I don't know what what unknown is. And then we're going to want the opposite of that, which is if it's active. So if it's in a state where change is expected to happen, which is just pending and running for now. I assume we're going to be adding more statuses as time goes on. Is unknown active? Or maybe that's the point of unknown. It's unknown, so it falls through everything. Don't know. I'm gonna have to put comments on. A which implies change. Gotta be a better way to word that. And is completed. Completed is a bit misleading. Is completed. Well, completed is a state. So I was thinking that completed is a bit misleading because what does completed mean exactly? Because does completed always mean successful? Well, it must do because we have failed. So is completed return. What did I do? And it's not CSS. What we're going to want to do. Well, let's have a think about this. So let's try and start building out the logic. Um, Why are you unhappy? Okay, whatever. Whatever about that. So this is in the domain. So this is the actual logic which runs things. So we want to actually spin up our job to do something. So this is an example of why, we'll put the job here because the job is internal to the domain. We're not going to share the job around. We'll share the job state around. That makes a lot of sense to me. And we can make this a generic, I think. Make this generic based. What do we want to record? Well, every job has an ID. Every job has an ID. What's the fundamentals we need to know about a job? We're probably going to want. Why are you unhappy? Oh yeah, of course we need a package. We're going to want a list of statuses. Oh, sorry, work. Type status string const status is the representation of the current life cycle position of a job. Status ending. Status running. I don't know what status is. Is that there was more, wasn't there? There was unknown. Put that in there. Ending, running, completed. Completed. So I think we want the same logic that we had here, where just pausing because I'm thinking of putting the same logic in, but I just don't like repeating the same logic. Feels a bit needless. But we will probably want to be able to just ask a state what life cycle situation it's in. So a state is in a state. What am I going to do this generic? We will... I think the job itself, I think we're going to need more... There's going to probably be another thing which actually handles the work, I think. Because a worker contains work. I think that makes sense. And so if we have a... Let's just call it a worker, right? Because that's the core. Have a worker. Let's not necessarily decide that just yet. And a worker contains a job which the worker performs by working. Right? And then that's going to be a core entry point to performing work. And a job would have its attempts recorded and its max attempts recorded. So it knows to not get ID. So it knows if it's at the end of its life, basically. So we'll need to know, is this the final attempt? Because what we're going to try and do is spin up a job. I think we're going to try and spin up multiple jobs where one ends up crashing so we can see this recovery behavior in action of retrying the job. Because that's the core part of the system that we're trying to build. We're trying to build something which can recover itself. Attempts. Why did I... I think I'm going to have to start actually writing the test what I'm trying to do so I can visualize what it is I'm building and how it can all work together. Um, what I'm wondering is if worker is even a struct or is it an interface? The benefit of it being an interface is it's more easily swappable. So I can have different worker backends. Let's see if we can swap it over to an interface. Which would mean let's define the work in the interface. Um, and I think we can just assume we're going to be ended up passing in a context here, whatever we decide to do here. I think though what would happen is you would pass in the job, right? So we have our worker with the function work. We pass in the job based on the type into here. I think I'm going to have to start theorizing how this is actually going to look in the actual tests itself. Because I think what we're going to want is something test. Well, let's create a new file. This is the sweet test. So I think what we will want to do is we're going to want to enqueue the job. And then let's get the state of the job. So we're going to have to... Did I create a helper for creating a store? So we're going to need a helper for creating the store. I'll write this in text. So I think every worker, every piece of work will have an enqueued spec for it to define the work and probably define what queue the work goes on and probably define what kind of job it is. And the payload. So we don't have a way of defining the spec right now. But let's assume we do. It's not going to give me the tip to import it because there's nothing there anyway with enqueue spec. I have no idea why it's unhappy. We'll come back to that if we can make it happen. That might just be an IDE. And then because the worker will pick stuff up from the store, right? So you don't communicate directly with the worker, your interface is the store. So you enqueue the job into the store. That makes sense. I should have started like this. It's easier to logically think it out when you start like throwing code that doesn't work against the wall. So you'll enqueue the store, the spec into the store. So that'll be d.context spec. And obviously we'll check if that's nil. There would need to be some sort of background job that listens, which means at the beginning, the state would be pending, because in this test, we're not actually triggering the worker to collect the information from the store. I think that makes sense too. So there would probably be a way of retrieving it from the store with the ID that we got from enqueuing it. Like such. And then we could probably just check if that state is what we want it to be. And it wouldn't return the defined type because it's inside of the domain. So this would just be the job state, because we're just getting the job state here. So this would be the DTO. So we would just check if the status doesn't equals pending. Because if it's not pending, then that's obviously an error. Status equals Q. Oops. We just want to make sure that it's not hit as max attempts, but is that even necessary? Just trying to think of what other things we should check. I think we're going to have to define what the enqueue is first. So let's go back up. This will be our North Star of what we're aiming to try and facilitate working. Hopefully, as we go on, we're going to see these things are becoming options. So that we'll have enqueue spec.go. There'll be type in QSpec struct. Might have to do go by that wouldn't work. Just gonna want the ID. Get rid of that for now. We might give it all JSON stuff. So ID, max attempts. No, there won't be attempts. It doesn't make sense to define attempts. We'll have timeout seconds. You'll want to say the priority when you're unqueuing it. What else will you want to say? You will want to be able to pass in the payload when you enqueue it. Not like how I've written enqueue. It just wants me to have a description. Okay. Which means, does this work now? Why isn't it? Just go more tidy. Doesn't like it when you run it inside of workspace. Testify. This has not populated all of this stuff. It should have. I didn't mean to press that button. And you pick. I always find workspaces so finicky. Do it like this. I'm already here. Go to the root and then try this. What have I done wrong? It's the IDE being low to pick it up. Oh, no, I'm such an idiot. I renamed it to worker. Of course, that's why it's not working. Okay. It's the idiot zone. So what that means is in our test here, let's try and give it a bit of an enqueue spec, I think. Let's say ID would be job 1. Let's give it a payload. Priority, I don't know, arbitrary, default. Max attempts 10. Timeout seconds, let's say 300. What other things did I give it? It's going to need a record of when it was scheduled, right? Because how else is this going to work? So I'm going to have to create the logic for enqueuing, I think. So what we're going to need is the helper for creating the new store. It's not going to be returning a database. We have to... This has to come from the querier, the generated querier code. So let's just put any for now. And since we can just We don't need to pass in t.context. That makes more sense. And when you create a new store, it's going to create a database. Then it's going to apply migrations, but we already do that as opening the database, so I don't need to do that. And then we're going to want to create the SQLite query. So we don't have that yet, because that's generated code. So it comes from the query. And then we'll pass in the database like so. Okay. I think we're going to create the... try and do the database migration. To generate the SQL code. One of the things we are going to have to do is we're going to have to create this. So the store would have a... The store would 100% have a pluggable backend. 100%. So it's a port. And then we wanted to create a method for enqueuing. And we're definitely going to want to have a context. That's 100%. And then we want to pass in the spec. And as we decided there, we will return an ID and the error. You back. The framework is called Pico. I've been working on it for about... Officially, it's existed for about a year and a half. But the parts of the code base go back about 5 years now. Core parts of the system go back about 5 years. And I don't really share it online because I know the Go community hates frameworks. But I've decided recently that it's fun to code still, right? And so I'm trying to... I think it's going to be a fun idea coding live, and just showing myself building it, because a lot of work's been put into it and it's powering lots of stuff I've built for clients in the past. But basically the way that it works, I don't know if it's in a runnable state or if I have errors. but it's a front end framework. You could say it's basically does everything. um, so the main thing is, does it work? Do I have errors? Find out together. It allows you to write single file components. If I go back to this view, I'll post the link of things. It's all open source. It allows you to write single file components like a view. So you have your template here, and it allows you to write Golang code in the same file with your CSS, and it's server-side rendered. So the idea is that you can code with a similar level of developer experience as Vue.js, but purely in Golang itself. So yeah, it's all server-side rendered. And then what we can do is, because I have my own interpreter for the Go programming language, which I built for another project I have, but I integrated it here. It means that as I update the page, so we're on the scan page here, it should be able to pick up the changes. Do I have to refresh once? Yeah, as I edit, if you see in the here, this is the page. As I edit the code, the page picks it up instantly. So it's same developer experience as working with JavaScript frameworks, but it's all server-side rendered. And so the benefit that that's had for me and my clients is the fact that I can run their websites for, 30 megabytes of RAM, right? Instead of a gigabyte of RAM, which we were using for, say, their node alternatives. And the reason why I started this was I was building so many websites in Nuxt, and I got so pissed off with Nuxt. So the thing that annoys me the most with the with the JavaScript ecosystem is a client pays you to build something, you build it for them. 6 months later, they come back to you and say, "Oh, by the way, I just want one small change." And when you go to implement the one small change, everything is out of date, and you want to inevitably update things for the client so it stays secure, but then in doing so, you have to do a massive migration. And one small update for a client can sometimes be a huge task. So I just got so pissed off managing JavaScript front ends. I would always have my back end in Golang, but the front end I usually did it in JavaScript with Vue.js or such. So I was just like, fuck this, I'm gonna do it myself. So I did it myself. So that's Pico, and Pico does a lot more than just templating. I have my own version of SQLC, the querier, because I also got fed up with SQLC not doing a good enough job at supporting things like CTEs and other more complex parts of, database querying. And the reason why I didn't say make a pull request to SQLC is because the way that SQLC works internally is it tries to make everything Postgres. Yeah, I did so much React and Vue. I mean, I never liked React. I always thought React was needlessly overcomplicated, personally. Especially when, I don't know if you know this, but Vue outperforms React, which I think is ridiculous. With all of the extra work you have to do for React, you'd think it'd be faster. But yeah, I would always use Go for backend, and that's part of why Pico is like 5 years old. The front end templating is about a year and a half old. But the reason why Pico as a whole is 5 years old is because I also have loads of storage backends. So there's native integration with S3, Google Cloud, Google Cloud Storage. I also have loads of cache backends, so it supports Redis and uh, Valkey, I think it was. I can't remember the name of the thing right now. And it also does email templating and supports loads of email services like AWS SES. So it's basically a huge mess of all of the culmination of things I've had to build over the past 5 years for clients, all dumped into one humongous repository. With the templating being the bit I'm the most proud of because um it's what makes it so I can stay and go the whole time. And what I'm working on right now is the fact that each website I make with this, I inevitably start creating my own worker system. With Go routines or whatever. And I've decided that what I want to try to do is implement a worker system native in Pico. So I know there's stuff out there like Temporal and River, and this is me just being me, where I just want to do everything myself. So, part of the reason why I don't use Temporal or River is the fundamental architecture of them is that you're expected to have a Postgres database most of the time with these types of things because they use the internal hook system of Postgres. Whereas I want to have a more modular system, which is my mindset in general with Pico. It uses what's called a hexagonal architecture. So everything is pluggable. And the reason why I do that is because different clients I have different needs for the project that they want from me. And so having a modular system that's very pluggable means I'm able to plug in the adapter suitable for the client in that particular moment, rather than telling the client, I'm going to need to set it up like this, and you're going to need to inevitably pay for these amounts of resources, even though it doesn't actually fit your needs, but just because that's the tool I have chosen. So I would rather say, I can use Pico to do this, and it's able to scale its needs to your needs as for the project, right? For your company or for the project. So that's the whole idea. Um, I think a large part of it, though, is I just find it fun. So, but anyway, we're gonna have a proper website soon. We've been working on it for the past like 3 months or something, but it's still not out. But the proper websites, when it's released, should have very clear documentation on how to use it if you were interested. But yeah, right now I'm working on the new worker system, so trying to figure out how to code it all up. It's proving to be a bit difficult because obviously I'm trying to imagine how I would like it to be as I'm coding it. No worries. If you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer. So, NQ? The main thing is that I know it's one of those ironic things because the Go community hates frameworks and would much rather do it itself. And so you would think that by me making a framework, it's almost like I've gone against the Go community, but it's almost like I'm the ultimate Go community member because I want to do everything myself. So it's a bit of a ironic statement. So InQ inserts one job into the store. And so right now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to basically have created this test here with kind of pseudocode, and I'm trying to make this into a reality. So this is currently what I'm working on, trying to make this, because this is what I'm feeling it should work like. And we're going to see if we can make this integration test into a reality. So we need to enqueue, we need to get the job state. So that's obviously interesting because I never said the type for the generic. So maybe I need to change how I code this. No, hold on. This one. No, sorry. This is wrong. I'm too busy looking at what the autofill is telling me. No, we'll just return job state like this. This doesn't have a. Yes, correct. So get job state reads the current persisted snapshot of a job. So these should now work. So all of this should be green. So all of this should resolve once we've now linked up the store. So we're going to need to add some queries. Let's see. Is there anything here I can call? While things open? Don't need some doc goes. So we'll need a query to insert a job. And this would be insert into jobs. Should have the schema here. So this would be ID, status, payload, priority, attempts, max attempts, scheduled at, timeouts, seconds, created at, updated at. And then we're going to have to play the game of counting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I thought I copied the space. Or maybe I did. And then we're going to need to get the job. So this would be a select. From jobs, where ID equals question mark. Now I'm going to have to update the make file so we can generate this. So I think it was generate dal. That's in dal.sh. So we'll do it in Postgres afterwards. But for now, we're just going to do SQLite because what am I doing? So not query yet. Worker. The worker dal. Then there'll be query SQLite DB SQL. Right? Close this. Query SQLite. Yeah. Now I think I should just be able to run this. Make generate dal. Oh, I saw an error. Why did I see an error? Oh, I made the same mistake again. I keep making a mistake today. I don't know why I keep making. Okay, and that's generated the code to be able to call it. So that all looks good. It doesn't look like it's generated it weirdly, so that's all generated fine. Which should mean that we should be able to import it. We need to create the DAL, don't we? Instead of doing the orchestrator. I can't remember my alphabet. Orchestrator. DAL. I think we're going to bypass the... No, I think we can just import it directly. I think that's all we need to do. I'll set up all of this I think, after the fact. Let's see if we can get it working just doing it directly. So, that's the case. Wondering if I need to write a adapter. Because we use this adapter here. The purpose of the adapter is to create a centralized entry point. So no matter which backend it uses, it's there's one central interface to the DAL as a whole. So what I'm trying to figure out now is if I should just try and if I need to create the adapter, create the adapter. I think I'm gonna have to create the adapter. Let's just create a simple adapter for now. And then we'll not that. We'll implement the proper system after the fact. Let's just see if we can get it working very basically. Integration test. So we're going to want to pass in the database. So we should be able to access things up correctly. Not here. So we wanted to pass in the database like this. I think we're going to be wanting to bypass some of our code first because we just want to see what things work. So let's make some direct calls here just to see if we can get these things working to they work. Keep putting workers instead of worker, which implies to me that renaming it to worker wasn't the right decision. But so it's ID and error. So it's S. We don't have all of these things here, so some of these things I have to add something. Just put something here. Okay, so I didn't have status. Though maybe that makes sense because when you create it initially, it's always going to be pending. Why would you create a job that's not pending, right? Correct? Okay. Which way around is... Oh, you're in 32. You're 64. Nope, you're unhappy. Why aren't you happy? Schedule that as a string. Is it now? Is that what I decided when I scheduled it? Does that make sense? And what are you? Are you time? Well, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. So, let's do it as UTC. Sure. No, that's the actual layout I want to use. Yeah, that's fine. And why you give me the... Oh, right. When you create something, of course, the temps is always going to be 0. Created at is obviously going to be now. And updated at is going to be now. Because this should done an... Yeah. So this means that the spec is responsible for its own ID. Which means the spec is also responsible for making sure it doesn't collide. Um... I did it again. About the... Because... going to work, but we'll put it in first and then we'll decide what's about converting. Make a helper function for converting the. Don't I have to say all I had to do? Oh, what am I doing? I'm zoning out. Okay, hold on. So this is probably type related. Okay. Why are you unhappy? Should be more than happy. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So we're able to put our job into the store and look at it in the SQLite store. So we still don't have the proper adapter set up. Because we want to be able to, like I said, swap between Postgres easily. But that's the basics. Let's see what we what's next. We want to start. So we're queuing a spec into the store. So the next thing, and it stays in pending, so there's nothing to pick it up. So we now need to pick it up from the store and set it to running. Which obviously indicates that something has picked it up. Probably adding a new test, like in queue, then in queue state. No. So something is going to have to claim the enqueued. Something's going to have to claim it. Claim moves pending to running. Oops. Um. So we do store.enqueue. I done wrong. Yeah. So we're going to need a new function to claim the job, to claim the enqueued work. Um. And it would be claimed by a worker. And then this would prove that it's claimed a job. Okay, so now we need to code this up so this works. So we're going to add the same concept here. I think the key thing is that we need to know who claimed the job. We need to know who claimed it. So claimed by worker ID. And then we would want to know when it was claimed. And these don't make any sense to have. So we're going to have a new query. Why did I call this cleanup? So jobs for now. So we're going to want a update jobs set. So when you claim something, it sets the status to running. Now running job is now going to be claimed by a specific worker. It's going to be claimed at a specific time. Updated at this specific time. And by default, attempts is 0. And so what I think we can do it like this, if I recall correctly. So attempt becomes 1 because this is the first attempt. Ah. So E equals. Where's my? So I think the thing is that you're not claiming one job. You're claiming all of the jobs which need to be processed. So let's say claim due because you're claiming all the jobs that are due. I think that makes sense. I've lost where I am now. Too many things open. We're gonna name this. Claim due jobs. Many because we're gonna return all of the jobs that is claimed. Which means we're gonna have to do a subquery here to determine all of the jobs that it should claim. And hopefully my query handles this just fine. So all of the pending jobs. But it would only claim a certain amount of jobs. So let's say we're going to claim 10 jobs. Maximum. And we're going to prioritize we're going to honor the priority, and we're going to, if multiple things are the same priority, we're going to prefer the ones which were scheduled the earliest. Yes, that's done. Error. Oh, it's probably because of it. So returning, we're going to return all of the fields from job. Okay. That generated fine. Now the thing is that this order by the scheduled and the priority. If this is going to be common, we're going to need an index, aren't we? Jobs ready to execute. On jobs. There, what am I writing? Yep. Still happy with me? So now we're going to want to hack this into our temporary store here. That's the job ID. Well, we don't care about that actually. Worker ID. That's like who's taken ownership of it. And what was it? It was like max jobs. I don't remember what I was doing. Okay, let's just say limit. If limit greater than, I don't know, 1,000, then limit equals 1,000. There's a protection. Claimed by worker ID. Worker, what am I, worker ID? Why has that made itself optional? Oh, yeah, of course. The reason why it's made itself optional is because it's I didn't it's optional in the database because there's no default. Yeah, that's why it's optional. Okay. Claim that. So we're gonna want our this was why aren't you happy? What done wrong? You are just one. Oh yeah, but sorry, it's the same thing. It's kind of nice. So in saying that, oh yeah, of course, this isn't optional. Um, was that all of it? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What am I actually returning from this? Did I decide that? Okay, so it's saying job state. So I want this to be an array of job states. An array of job states. I'm wondering if this is a different object because does the job state record information such as who owns it? Or is that justification for a new job a new job like yeah, record, right? A new job, a job record. Just so you don't confuse the intention behind a type, right? Because what I try to avoid is having types which have different contexts of their usage. Because inevitably what happens, especially with Golang, is you need to start relying on exhaust struct and things like that a bit more. So this will have what the hell was that? What's that? AI platform. Yeah, that wasn't what I want to do. I want to do claimed by worker ID. And then we want to have claimed at. Meaning this will return a job record. What? Job record. We just return nil. Which means I'm going to have to convert this into a job record. So this returns currently job claims due. Am I an experienced dev? I've been doing it a tiny bit. I started working in tech probably 15 years ago, so I know a thing or two. Do you have any questions? Um, Not really. No, I think I last tried Unity out about 10 years ago. So I can't help you there, unfortunately. So we want to return. Let's create a new job record. Then we're going to have to do this charade as well. Which is going to help me. Not very much. So what's the Unity issue, which is not a Unity related issue? Is it about C sharp? Because I did C sharp probably 20 years ago. But not 20 years ago. That would probably been, 50. So, as always with these types of things, I have no idea about Unity, and I don't really know much about crisp tables or such. What I would say though is, generally speaking, you should only be serializing when you need to serialize. Are you talking about how it's passed by reference, and so when you mutate one of them, it mutates all of them? Yeah, so you're going to need a way of doing a deep copy, probably, of the thing which you're mutating. So then you're creating a whole new copy of the object. There's bound to be a way of copying the whole object as a deep copy as part of the language. And then you'll have a clean copy you can do whatever you want with. I would What you want to make sure is you're doing a deep copy and not a shallow copy, because by default, in most languages, when you use whatever copy command they have for copying an object, it's a shallow copy. And what that means is it will create a new root object, but the children are a reference which point to the same references that the previous object had. So what a deep copy does is it goes recursively through all of the fields in your object, and it does a copy on those too. So it's a deep copy. Presumably, there'll be some way built into Unity to just easily do a deep copy. So, I mean, I don't do enough of this stuff at the moment, but I'm sure you're going to find if you just, look up whatever it is oh, you can't see it's over on the, go to this Unity deep copy directory, dictionary. There's going to be ways to do it. But sometimes in software engineering, the answer is, why are you doing something? And that might be a bigger question that you have to ask yourself. And the reason why I say it is, especially if you're making a video game, it may be that JSON isn't even the formats you want to serialize to, so you're aware. I don't know what it is you are serializing and how big it is and, the purpose of it. But if you're serializing something which is genuinely huge, you might want to look into flat buffers, um, which Google made. Um, and you can see here they support C sharp, because I'm pretty sure you can use flat buffers with the Unity, because flat buffers was initially made for video games. Does this work with Unity? It must do. Must do. I mean, it can work with C sharp, so I assume it can work with Unity. And the purpose of flat buffers is it's ultra fast in comparison to JSON. Yeah, so if you're making a save system, I'm not sure JSON is actually the right file format because um, when you're saving, usually you want the process of saving to be as fast as possible, especially if you're saving quite a lot of data. You're using binary for saving. Um, or like a binary version of JSON. Because flat buffers is a binary format, just so you know. And then it would it can be finicky, but just so you know, so you don't have to use it. It's just if you want to learn more about here we go, flat buffers for Unity. Discussion here. The whole point of flat buffers is what generally happens in your computer in most programming languages is they do what we call allocating. So they allocate memory onto a heap in order to perform an action. Just to explain it simply. This is for languages which use garbage collection. Um, using systems like JSON usually causes quite a lot of allocations because JSON is actually pretty inefficient to read and write from. Whereas what flat buffers does is it actually stores the data in the data structure that your that matches the actual data structure your game uses, right? It's not a general format which JSON is. And so because of that, it's able to do a direct mapping between the data inside the flat buffer and your data inside of your code. So it's much faster to read and write from. I use flat buffers quite extensively. But it's one of those things that I'd only recommend you look into it if you know you're saving and loading times. Really, loading isn't the issue. Usually, it's saving because what players will usually want to do is press a quick save button. And if players press a quick save button, they don't want their game to jutter for a second in order to do the save, right? Anyway, otherwise I can't be too much help because I don't use Unity enough, unfortunately, to give you direct uh, assistance with that. What are you? Which way around are we? Okay, it's our way around. If that's all it is, then I'm pretty sure the phrase you want to Google is deep clone, and then you can deep clone the dictionary data. There will be there has to be a guide on doing a deep clone with a dictionary. So the key words there are deep clone. That's a standard concept in copying objects in all languages, really. And basically, what a deep clone is just a recursive shallow clone. But yeah. So I'm thinking that, as I said at the beginning, the job state is a state about the job. The job record, I think, is the entirety of the job. I think. By the way, what am I building? Um, Long story short, I have this. Things are going to be in a broken state, so I don't know if anything is going to work. I have this framework which I created for Golang. It's open source here. But basically, the way that it works is it allows you to write. If you've ever used a language like Vue.js, JavaScript websites, it basically allows you to write Vue.js similar files. So you have the template here, you have your script block. But the key thing is that the script block isn't JavaScript, it's Golang. And what that means is you can have a compiled server-side rendered backend. Golang is, I don't know if you know anything about Golang. Golang isn't too different to C, C++, or C Sharp. Because I also do a fair amount of C and C++ too. It's not too different. If anything, what I would say Golang is it's I would say it's just a bit more of a more modern, safer version of C and C++. Um, it's when I say safer, I'm not talking about like Rust level safety because Golang achieves the safety with the garbage collector. Yeah. Golang is it's made by Google. I think it comes from 2000. Comes out into like 2009. I think I should probably put the It's from 2009 when they announced Golang, and they run services internally at Google in Golang. Yeah, so that's the key thing. It has a garbage collector, and that's why I say it's safer. When I say safer, I mean in terms of speed of development. So you don't have to worry about memory management so much. So it's a compiled language with the garbage collector, and Rust takes it in the opposite direction because obviously Rust's approach is let's avoid having the garbage collector, but then let's add so much more complexity to the development process to avoid that. And Zig has a different mindset, which is it's trying to skirt the boundary of not being as complex as Rust, but not having a garbage collector. So all of these languages are trying to fight for the same space, which is the C replacement. Because if you think about it, C++, C Sharp, Go, Rust, and Zig, they're all trying to be the C replacement language. Yeah, but I quite like Golang because I find the speed of development to be quite high because, like I said, it has the garbage collector and it doesn't seem to fight you. Which I find other compiled languages can do sometimes. But I don't do enough of C Sharp, and the main reason why I don't do enough of C Sharp is back in the day, and this is quite a long time ago now, but they didn't make it easy to run C Sharp applications on Linux. Now I think C Sharp has been able to run on Linux for maybe the past 12 years or so, but when I first tried C Sharp, it was a pain, and I use Linux, so. Yeah, so there's not going to be a game engine in Golang. There is a game engine, but there's not going to be a game engine which has any sort of traction because garbage collection systems and game engines are obviously always going to be at war with each other because game engines want to achieve 60 FPS or more fluidly the entire time. Whereas obviously a garbage collector inevitably wants to come in and say, I need my moment to delete stuff. Um, so yeah, it's Golang is a language for building web applications, server applications, and things like this. Is it slower than C Sharp? No, I think it's probably the same performance. I think on average Go is like 10% slower than Rust. They're not that much different to each other. The only difference is I think C Sharp doesn't have a garbage collector, does it? I can't remember. Oh, it does have a garbage collector. C Sharp versus Golang performance. I think they're very similar. I think it's very similar. So apparently Go is more memory efficient, where C Sharp is apparently. I mean, this is just the AI summary, so it's very useless, but might have marginally. There's usually that benchmarking website. I'm trying to remember this name now. Trying to remember the name of the benchmarking website, which does loads of languages. But the thing is there's not a lot of performance difference in these C replacement languages. Yeah, so as my hobby, every so often I work on a game that I have with the Godot engine. And that allows me to use C++, which I like. But the reason why I use C++ isn't for performance. It's just because I just want to. Um I think it always has had C++. I don't know when it was added. It was added a long time ago. It doesn't have it by default. You have to download the repository which gives you the libraries and stuff like this, if that makes sense. But yeah, you can use C++ with Godot. Because Godot is written in C++ originally. So these libraries are just giving you access to the underlying libraries that Godot uses. The issue of using C++ with Godot is that you lose the ability, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert in any means, but you lose the ability to obviously do hot reloading. Possibly, but I've only been trying to make small games with Godot because it's just a hobby for me. So, but I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Um, Obviously, the new Slay the Spire game, Slay the Spire 2, is in Godot because the developer, I think he was making it in Unity initially, and then Unity made an announcement about pricing or something like that, and then he just swapped the whole project to Godot. So I think Slay the Spire 2 is the biggest game right now in Godot. So it's not like you can't make half decent games in it. Um, yeah. And obviously this game made a lot of money. Yeah, I can't even remember what the announcement is. Well, it's obviously a huge amount of effort to do the swap. And it's not just a huge amount of effort in obviously migrating your project, but it's a huge amount of effort to learn the new mental models of a new engine and a new system, and so it's not surprising that people would want to make the swap emotionally, but not be capable of doing so rationally and still, release what they want to release. So, but I like Godot because it's all open source, isn't it? Right? That's the whole thing of Godot, isn't it? Free, open source, and community driven. And I I just always default to open source stuff. Like I use Linux. My project's open source. Um, I was a Kubernetes advocate when I was doing that more professionally, and I always just default to open source things. Um, I just have the. It just always feels to me, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but it always feels to me that open source wins in the end. It usually is that, for a long time, open source sucks versus the commercial alternative. But given enough time, the open source alternative usually pulls ahead just because I don't know why, but I guess it's, if the open source community sticks at a project, the inertia will always be greater than the company who's doing a commercial version will want to fund it. Um, so that's just always been my feeling that inevitably always open source pulls ahead. Um, but yeah, I can't tell you that you should change to Godot, but I can tell you that you can use C++ with Godot. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't tell you what's missing, and um, I also don't know if the things that are missing are obviously important to what you're building, because sometimes it's easy to get into the mindset, oh, I want that, but then it doesn't actually turn out to be important for the story, the narrative, or what it is you're trying to do. Um, but it's probably one of those things where for you, it may not be worth doing the move now, but it's worth keeping your eye on because I wonder if Godot is extensible with open source plugins. I don't know. Like I said, I've just been doing my own little thing, but I've not run into any limitations yet. But I don't use the interface that much because um, when I started programming making games myself. Um, and I would always use a basic 3D engine and then do most of the um, stuff myself, if that makes sense. And so I like Godot because I can also use it without this whole GUI, which I like as well. So I use C Line by JetBrains, and I'm able to just run my game from the IDE I prefer for C++, and then I'm able just to use their libraries um, in order to make my game without having to use the interface, because I know if you're going to make a world like this, it's nice to use the interface because you can drag and drop stuff and move things around. But it's just I think I just like looking at code. So that's my preference. I like to look at code. Yeah, the other reason why using the C++ version of Godot isn't good is because you can't make it web based, just so you know. That's a limitation I saw. You have to use a GD script if you want to export it to the web. That's worth knowing. Well, that's good. Okay. I wish you all of the luck in the world in figuring out how to deep clone. What's up? Not much. What's up with you, Abram Leo? Cheers. Feel free to subscribe or whatever nonsense. Oh, you did. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I need to get a thing that notifies me if people follow me, so I'm aware. Thank you very much. Okay. Where was I? Yeah. Okay. I was here. So I think what the last thing I was saying is I think the job record is going to be a complete record of the job, which is also the other reason why it differentiates itself from the um, job state. So the job state is really the metadata about the state of the job, and the job record is going to be a complete encompassing understanding of the job. Go on. What's the other question? So I can only make an assumption of how it works in C sharp. Usually, the way it works in a garbage collection language is the data of a string is stored on the heap, and the reason is because strings have data attached to them um, about how the string is structured. So the actual string value, which is kept in the stack, is usually information like where in memory this is and the size of the data. And then it actually stores the memory in the heap. And the reason why that's important, if you don't know the difference, is whenever you interface with the heap, you're causing work that the garbage collector needs to keep track of. And so every action that interfaces with the heap is slow. Now, I don't know how this is for C sharp, but I assume if you're asking me, then that's why you try to avoid them because you know it slows down your game. Is that correct? Because if that's correct, usually this is why we use things like byte arrays. You usually do it for bug avoidance. What bugs would strings cause? You can write it wrong when you use it again. You're confusing me. Oh, sorry. I understand what you're talking about. What you're talking about is you're talking about magic variables, magic names, and things like this. I'll give you a brief rundown in a second, Alan. Um, yeah. So what I tend to do, um, I don't know how I'm gonna call your name, Ion. I'm just gonna say Ion. Um, what I recommend you do is install a linter. And what it will do is it will detect, and this is how I would configure it, so you're aware, is detects in your project any time that you repeat the same string twice. And that's always what I do. So if you ever repeat the same string twice, then um it will obviously give you a linter warning that you should make this into a const. And I tend to be very strict when it comes to the linter. I try to never avoid, as you know, obviously this is Golang. I try to as little as often make exceptions for the linter. So my recommendation for you would be to use a linter and to um yeah, you want to be making everything into constants, so it becomes an easy reference, so you can um make sure, yes, you don't make the bugs where you uh the main issue is it's not about writing it wrongly in the future. The main reason why you do this is it makes it easy to refactor. Because if you don't do this and then you refactor, inevitably you're going to miss points in the refactoring process and break your code. And then it becomes very frustrating to fix. Um, so yes, as soon as you repeat something, even just once, then I would do it again. So how does Pico work? So let's see if things even run right now. Okay, so are you still here, Alan? So how am I going to show this? What am I going to do? So I assume you're still here. So the way that Pico works is quite a large project. Um, in the folder system, we have the two main folders, which are internal and WDK. The WDK is what I call the web development kit. And it exposes the facades, the internal workings of Pico, and all of the adapters for people who want to plug things in. And the way that most of the packages in internal work is they're what's called hexagons. So it's hexagonal architecture. So for example, if I go into email, you'll see that email has email adapters, email domain, and email DTO. Now, this is not conventional Go. This would probably be considered unidiomatic, but I think it works. I mean, one of the reasons why it's not conventional Go is because it has underscore on the package names. Um, but by doing this, I'm able to have the email DTO, which is the shared data structures for the different packages, and the domain has the domain code, which stays internal because I don't want people who use the framework to mess around with the domain. And then you have the adapters, which are pluggable things, which plug into the ports in the domain of each hexagon. So each hexagon has a ports.go file, and it's all of the pluggable things which comes from adapters. So I don't know if you know anything about hexagonal architecture, but I have to pick new music. Trying to find a picture that I like. Because these pictures are not how I visualize it. Because I try not to make it too complicated, because there's loads of ways you can do hexagonal architecture. Let's see, what's this look like? Yeah, basically like this. So you have your okay. You have all of your different services. Um, so it says application here. Imagine this like a single service inside of Pico, and it has all of these different ports to plug certain adapters in. And so we have so one thing like email, for example, may have different adapters for different email providers. Like Amazon SES is an email provider. So that would be an adapter, an optional adapter that gets plugged in. The reason why this is so important is because if I don't do this, then people would be forced to add dependencies to their project that they may not want. And additionally, it makes it easy to test adapters in isolation, and it makes it easy to test the core application, the core service in isolation without the complexity of the adapters involved. So it makes things highly adaptable, highly composable, and highly extensible. And that's the basis at the heart of what makes Pico Pico, because the idea is that it's a massive code base that's been built up over multiple clients I've had over the past, like, say, 5 years. And different clients have had different needs and different levels of complexity of what they need provided to them, as well as different things that they need plugged in to work with systems. And so the idea of Pico at its heart is that the fundamentals of how you use the system grow with the needs of what you need the system for. And what I mean by that is, let's say you want to have caching. Well, you can use the cache service and then just cache in memory. Well, what if then you want to scale? What if then you want to have a shared cache, like Redis? Well, then you can just put in the Redis adapter, and now you have a shared cache. Well, what if then you want to have a distributed, fault tolerant cache? Well, then you can use the Redis cluster adapter, so on and so forth. So I can go into more detail if you have any questions about any particular parts, but that's an overview of the architecture of Pico as a whole. So it's quite a large project. I hope that explains what you asked. I picked a random video. I don't know if I want to use this video for the music. Let's stay on this one. But in regards to, do I have a video on my channel? Because I have a YouTube channel, by the way. In regards to, do I have a video on my channel explaining how it works? The answer is not yet. Um, I have a small backlog of videos Yeah, the project is massive. It's genuinely 5 years of work, and it's not just me. My wife was helping me build it too, because she's also a software engineer. Um, no, it's genuinely huge. It's I think it's 500,000 lines of code. Um, but it's about 5 years of work. Um, the templating system is about a year and a half, maybe 2 years old. Um, and so it's when I say the templating system, um, the interactive PKC, the front end bit, is about 3 or 4 years old. When I say the templating system, I mean just the server side rendered part of the templating system. And the reason is it's actually pretty funny, but about 4 years ago, I started trying to make a SaaS, which was a video editor with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because I can write HTML and CSS pretty fast, and I found it easier to do that than use the video editors like Adobe and all of this. And so you could have you could create animatable things with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? And so I was building that all with web components at the time. And I got pretty far along with the project, but I just abandoned it. And the reason why I abandoned it was because I just had too much going on with other clients that I had that were actually paying me money at the time. And so I just abandoned it. And then when I started making Pico into like this actual thing, I revived that part of the project to have it, because like I said, the idea I have with Pico is I want it to scale with your needs, because that's how I use it. And so it's progressive. Everything I try to do, I try to make progressive. So the idea is that, let's say you want server-side rendering, well, you can just use server-side rendering. If you want to add on small islands of interactivity onto your app, or reactivity, I guess is a better way of saying it, then you can do so. Because my opinion is that for most applications, you only need small islands of reactivity and not for the whole website to be reactive, which is obviously the ideology which React or Vue or Angular have, which is that your whole app should be reactive. My opinion is that I haven't used Astro, but basically the way that it works is that your PKC files, I should probably have some like go-to examples pre-made. I'm not going to make any examples here on stream, but I should probably have like some go-to examples actually prepared, so it's easy for me to show people who ask. But the way that it works is this is a normal a PK file. So PK is server-side rendered, and it has the Go server-side rendered stuff here. If you want just interactivity, I don't know why my computer just froze there for a second. If you just want interactivity, you can actually just add a new script block. And you can say lang equals ts. So I would have thought that my thing would have given me some hints here. And you can write TypeScript here, and do things like key on click, I don't know, 1. You could create a function here. My mind wants to write Golang right now because I'm in Golang mode. Trying to remember number. What was it? It's like number. There we go. I got Golang on the mind, and you'll be able to write it like that. So number, or change any state in the application. So document dot get element by ID, blah de blah de blah. You can also get things by reference and all of this. But this, you could do anything here that you would want to do. So this is interactivity. So this would allow you to have a thing where if this is clicked, this event happens. That's interactivity. And reactivity is with Pico at least. Do I have any examples in the examples folder? You can write PKC files. And what PKC files do, just seeing what I have here. Some of these examples I want to straight up delete, like the Tailwind one. And I know my wife is rebuilding some of these to be better. I'm just trying to think if any of these have. I have this one which I made with the help of AI. But I don't think it has PKCs. I don't know which one of these have PKCs. But PKCs allow for islands of interactivity because what they do is they repeat the same language. I've got to have an example PKC somewhere. Tests, integration, end-to-end browser, test data, PKC. Let's see what this looks like. So this is a PKC file. You'll see it looks the same. This is a bad example because this one doesn't have interactivity. Do any of these have interactivity? On form submit. So I need better examples, I think. But basically what they do, a PKC does, is it compiles it to a nice JavaScript thing, and it makes it a web component. So I don't know if you know what web components are, but they're custom elements, custom HTML elements, which has reactivity built into it. And what I mean by reactivity is it has an internal state, and when that state is updated, it automatically updates the what the element renders. So that's why they have a state object here, because if you update what's in the state, it so for example here you see p show state.submitted. If you were to update the state in your code, like for example on handle submit, it would automatically change it. Yeah, so the key thing is that React and Vue don't use web components, but I use web components, which means that in the DOM when it's rendered, it looks like a nice little simple component, which is quite nice. And so that's the mindset I have. So because most client websites I've built, reactivity tends to only be in one or two places, and interactivity tends to be everywhere, but reactivity tends to not be everywhere. In that's my feeling at least. So a way of getting around having elements calling other elements is there is a bus system as well. So you don't have to use the reactive system for communicating across pages or things like this. But there's quite a lot to it, and it's not entirely as I want it. Like, for example, one of the things I want to do is have it where if you aren't using any interactivity or reactivity on your website, that it doesn't download any JavaScript. No, so Pico doesn't have like a global state thing like what was it, like Redux, Vuex, or Pina as such. But it does have an internal bus system, so you can communicate to other systems. But one thing you can do is, so I told you that what it does is it makes web components out of PKC um, files. So everything can listen on the bus to events that you put on the bus, but also you can always just change the internal state of a PKC file, because the way that it works, I need an example. I might make an example for my next stream, but the way that it works is it has a two-way binding to the attribute of its own element. So you can update the internal state of any PKC element by simply just changing its HTML attribute, if that makes sense. So usually with Vue or React, you usually have to, for example, say install a browser plugin or whatever to be able to inspect the state of a element or component. With Pico, the state is fully exposed, because my mindset is well, that's how HTML elements work, right? So HTML elements update based on the attributes, so Pico elements do too. Um, they're not subscribed to the bus in terms of that it causes them a performance loss, but all components have access to the bus, yes. So, and you can, obviously send any message. What I should do is I should have a nice demo thing, like I said. So, um, then it's easy for me to start pulling this up. And do I have any tests showing the bus system? Event bus communication. Event bus emitter. So you see here, everything has access to Pico. The object Pico is available to all PKC, if you do scripts, all PKC or all PK files. And in this example, it's emitting, item add with this object, based on this element being clicked. So you'll see it looks very much like Vue. So instead of V on, it's P on. So is if you know Vue, it should come naturally, and that's intentional because I like Vue quite a lot personally. So I emit this on the bus, and then probably in this example, I have a partial. So this is a PK file. So this is server-side rendered. So it's a PK file. It has its Go thing for the server-side rendered, but it also has some JavaScript here, and it listens on the bus to update these things. So it allows the event emitter to be reactive, and then it's able to pass on that interactivity into the PK. And that's a lot. That's something which I try to make a clear difference. So PK files can only ever be interactive, and PKC files can be reactive. And that's a core difference. No, you can ask me as many questions as you want, because I've already kind of forgotten what I was doing. So I'm happy to answer more. It's fun to talk about. But the key thing is that my wife has been working on the website for about past 2 or 3 months now, and we're so close to releasing it. But she she's really trying to polish it because she wants to be proud of it. Because we've both put a lot of effort into this, and looking after our clients. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, bubble tea's amazing. Bubble tea's amazing. I I'm still getting used to writing TUIs myself. Um and I still feel like the TUI is a bit lacking. Um it's not exactly where I want it to be. Um but bubble tea's a really good piece of technology. If anything, I might go as far as saying that Bubble Tea might be one of the best libraries for Golang. And the reason why I say that isn't because the library is good or bad, but there's been so many people I've known who say Golang is the language for making a CLI. And the reason why they say that is because of Bubble Tea. So it's not necessarily that Bubble Tea is good or bad, but apparently Bubble Tea beats whatever other languages have natively for making TUIs. I also just love their graphics. They're so it's crazy to me how it's honestly crazy to me how someone can make a website about a CLI tool look so good. Right? It's just wait a minute, Bubble Tea, Golang. Where's their actual website? Charm. I just find it hilarious how why isn't this playing? There's a video there, isn't there? There we go. Like, isn't this just hilarious? It's for making CLIs. Like, it's got to be like you'd think of like all the things that should be the nerdiest. It would be making a CLI tool, and that this is how they present it. It's just awesome. I just find it awesome. It's just crazy. They I don't know the people behind this, but they're really talented. It just makes me laugh, like seeing a TUI thing, and it's like got like electricity and shit. Just like electricity, just so you know. It's just I just love it. It's crazy. All right. What was I doing? So this is a time. I want to hear. Really, I should be grouping these errors. Really, I should be grouping these errors, or should I be? I think for now we're going to keep it simple and just return on the first error because it shouldn't. But probably what you'd want to do is probably gracefully go to the next one, but group the errors so you keep track of it. I don't know. What about the LSP? So I'm using it. The LSP is powering the IntelliJ plugin you see here. So do I have any nice? So so for example, you see here for states.result, it's able to tell me the wait. Oh, that's interesting. I can see OBS on my other monitor here. And I'm just noticing that with my screen recording, you can't see when I hover over. So you're gonna have to take my word for this because I'm just noticing it in my in the OBS that you're not actually seeing the type information when I hover over stuff. But if I hover over state, it tells me the type for state. So if I hover over state, it tells me the type. If I control click on state, it takes me down to the definition for the state, which is this response object. If I control click on the results thing, it takes me specifically to the entry in the IDE, so that works. If I hover over a result, once again, you have to take my word for it, but it actually gives me the whole type definition, so that works nicely. And when I hover over status, for result status, it gives me the type definition there too. So I have built typing in. So the LSP is powering the plugin. It also means you also can't see this. It also explains things like when I hover over Pico partial, it actually explains how it works, and it actually explains like I can open the source file directly for that partial, and I can also go to the generated file. So I don't know if I explained this to you already, but when you compile Pico, it generates the code. So it doesn't do interpolation at runtime. It compiles everything down into native Go. So, for example, if I where am I? If I go all the way down here, I'll answer your question in a second. I'll just go down about other editors. In theory, yes. I haven't tried. The only two editors I have tried is JetBrains based ones and VS Code, but I only use JetBrains IDEs personally just because I like them. And I like the power of the debugger personally, and I don't like GoPlus. GoPlus annoys me. It uses so much resources. And I've had it before hanging my computer, which always annoyed me. And it sounds really ironic what I'm going to say, but I have found Golands to be more lightweight than running loads of Go Blizzards. But I would be it should work with other engines like Z. What might not work is color coding. And the reasoning is I do color coding in the IDE itself. I don't, because LSPs can support color coding. I don't do color coding with my LSP. So if you want to do color coding with Z, I think it's possible if it supports TextMate, which is what VS Code uses, right? VS Code uses TextMate, I think. Isn't it TextMate? I can't remember. Is it this? I think it's this. So it's in plugins, VS Code, syntaxes, eco. Yeah, TextMate language.json. But anyway, yeah, I don't know if I explained it to you or not, but the core thing about how the templating works for the server-side rendered stuff is it compiles it down to Golang. And so a P4 becomes a Go 4. Yeah, I wrote. Yeah, I did. I did. I did. I used AI to help me with the tests. I'm not going to lie about that. That's fundamentally true. The project about a year ago got to the point where there were so many systems in place and they weren't tested enough. That I was actually pretty thankful for AI to be able to just churn out the sheer amount of tests for the project that it needed. And this has been one of my favorite things about using AI is just being able to just churn out. Exactly. We all hate writing tests, and I tend to undertest. The thing is that I've always loved integration tests. I've always loved like full flow tests, but units, I just don't think to test every situation or scenario, and that's honestly been one of the things I've loved the most about AI, and is just being able to say, I have this code, just test it to hell, and create as test data scenarios or whatever. And if it wasn't for that, the project would have struggled about a year ago because it got really big, and I was struggling when refactoring certain parts to ensure that the system still survived the refactoring, because I was using this in production for real clients. So I had to ensure it would survive the refactoring. Um, and yeah, the only way is obviously just to throw AI at it. And the downside is that obviously sometimes it creates bad tests. However, in saying that, I feel like I'm happy if 20% of the tests are total fucking bollocks, providing that I have as many tests as I do, because I can always weed out the bollocks tests in the long run. That's my mindset. So, um, yeah, if it wasn't for AI, the project would have died, uh, just because I couldn't keep up with the testing. But yeah, the main thing is that yeah, P4 literally becomes, so P4 here, it literally becomes a Go 4. And that's one of the things I tried to do quite a lot from the very beginning, because I hate unnecessary reflection. So I've never seen what it is you've linked to me, but this looks really interesting. Index your code with Devon. Isn't that tool which got really controversial when it was initially released? And they had all of those adverts of, I think I remember because I was in San Francisco around that time. Um, and they had those adverts of like, this was like obviously in the early days, and they had the adverts of like, replace your staff with AI or something. Wasn't that Devon? I can't remember. It took more than 20 minutes. Oh shit. The thing is that I don't know how it indexes it, and the reason why I say that is I don't know if it is doing a git clone or if it's well, it must be doing a git clone. I was going to say if it does a git clone or if it goes to the Go module system package registry thing. And the reason why I say that is because the Go package registry thing doesn't keep about 80 to 90% of this code. It trims it down heavily because most of this code doesn't end up inside of the package. Because so much of this code base is tests. I don't know how much of this code base is tests, but it's ridiculous. I have a command make check. Sorry, make clock. I know it's about 600,000 lines of code. Um, yeah, 600,000 lines of Go code. And you got to realize there's obviously a lot of like fundamental boilerplate that's the same between like, doing yeah, but make clock is I have some like filterings on clock, because if you do clock, it just shoves it all in, and that's unhelpful. This is 600,000 lines without test data, I think, and stuff like that. So that's 600,000 lines of Go code. I don't know actually though, because it says 60,000 lines of JSON, and that's got to all be test data. So I don't know if I actually have proper filtering on this. Maybe I got to trim it down a bit more. But I've been learning a lot about assembly recently, because of this project, and I'm planning to have more videos on assembly on my YouTube channel, because I have a YouTube channel where I make educational stuff for technology, but I've not released a video in a while. And so I've got a set of videos that, like, in my backlog, I've already got the script for one on assembly. And I want to create a video on how I built the interpreter in depth, because I'm quite proud of the interpreter. It took me a long time to build. The interpreter took about... Yeah, you just put in PolitePixels. The videos, I'm cross streaming right now to both platforms, by the way. But the video, just seeing, I always get confused how the URLs work. Things like @PolitePixels. I did a project with someone last year with eBPF, which was lots of fun, and I think that's the last video I did. What we did, it was really cool. I can't demo it. I don't know where the Raspberry Pi is. It's gone somewhere. But what we did, it was this guy contacted me, and he was making this software called SentryBox, and the way that it works is it's like a honeypot. Honeypot is the wrong term here, but it's like a honeypot which you put inside of a network, and it can pretend to be any other type of machine, in network scans. So when someone does a network scan, we could change its profile of what type of computer it was on the fly, and it would adopt the facade of being that other computer. It was lots of fun to build. And that uses eBPF, and I had to hook into the internal networking of the Raspberry Pi, intercepting both inbound and outbound packets, and rewriting every packet in order to pretend that this Raspberry Pi was, say, a Windows server, which was running, say, I don't know, Windows IIS. And it was really complicated, because the complicated part is not lying, right? It's not rewriting the outgoing or incoming. Well, it's not rewriting the outgoing packets to look like Windows. That's easy. That's actually really easy. The hard part is when the other server responds following TCP rules, or networking rules, coherent with your fabricated response. The hard part is then tricking the Linux kernel into then accepting that message as a coherent chain of the message I fabricated going out. And then being able to persist that across a full communication, so that the person could, say, for example, even open the web page, like the IIS, web interface page thing for administering it, at, um, and successfully telling the lie. And that was really hard. It was really hard. But we got it kind of working. I say kind of working because it was actually quite frustrating because I found out that if you just update the kernel, it would break it again, and I would have to change the code again. And it was really difficult. Like, you'd have to get the timing correct because, like, inherently different operating systems run their networking on different timings, and yeah. So I made a small video about that. Obviously, I can't share the code because it was for a client and he paid for it. But I don't know if he continued to do anything with it afterwards because, from what I understand, he was struggling with product market fit, which is unfortunate because it would have been fun to have kept working on it. But anyway, I've had a few fun projects like that, and that's why Pico kind of exists. Even though Pico doesn't use eBPF itself, I have another project that does use eBPF. Project, I guess you could say, not product. But I tend to have quite unusual clients approaching me with very varying degrees of technical challenges to implement. So that's the reason why Pico fundamentally exists, because it kind of like tries to fit all of these needs is one like reusable component. Yeah. But just a quick aside before I continue. If you want to use the LSP, it's worth knowing that in the repo there's the releases. Is it releases? Yes, releases. Sorry, I was on tags. In the releases, you go down to assets, and there's like everything, including things like, the bill of materials, and, it has all of the signing stuff to prove that it was built via the GitHub CI/CD thing, and, is, an authorized build and all of that nonsense. And it builds for Mac, Linux, and Windows, both AMD and ARM. And that builds both the CLI and the LSP. So you should be able to, the LSP should be here. Also, what should be here is the Visual Code plugin and the JetBrains one, but I'm blind. JetBrains should be here somewhere. Oh, it's this. Eco idea. Yeah. And the reason why there's so many tags, I wish I could have found a different way of implementing this. It has like 1,900 tags. The reason why there's so many tags is because I have to tag. One of the things I'm trying to do is that, this is also one of the reasons why it's a mono repo, so you're aware, is I hate it whenever I use frameworks in the past which have optional modules, but they version everything differently. I hate it. I don't care if you have not updated that component. I would much rather you just keep consistent versioning across all of your things, so then I know which things are meant to be compatible with other ones. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's what other people would expect, but because of that, whenever I release a new version of Pico, everything gets a new version, and that's intentional because then you know if you're on version 24, then if you have all of the other optional modules in version 24, that they will be compatible by design. And the reason why the mono repo helps strengthen that mindset is because the integration tests should enforce that to be true. When I say enforce it, it doesn't run the integration tests in the CI/CD, but and I guess I'll try to run them locally before I make the release. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of late for me too. It's half three in the morning, so I'm probably going to stop soon. But I enjoyed you querying me about it because it's fun to talk about. Running a time right. Yeah, cheers. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Named out. So, I'm not showing the right screen. Very helps showing the code I'm doing. Ah, is this a bug? The query. Wait, what? How could this be duplicated? How did that happen? Oh, it's still got. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I never implemented logic, so maybe I need to. Don't know if there's something to fix, but let's make a note of it anyway. Low priority. When regenerating DAL, should it previous generating, let's say query, should it automatically clear up old generated? If you create a migration file, if you create a query file, let me just read. You can end up with conflicts from previously generated query files. Yeah, I might fix that. Okay, where were we? So I remember we I don't remember what my where my mind was. Trying to remember where my mind was. So we can close all these PK files. PKC files. Good moment to have a drink. So we need our anti-fascism statement. Put this at the top of all my files. So let's see. I'll probably stop sometime soon, but let's try and remember where we were before I do so. So we finished this. Claim. I see. Yes. So we made a new test in our harness. That's what we were doing. As to where my harness is. Again. Don't need this open to. Test worker. Door test. Why isn't that? Oh, it's opening here. That's where I was confused. Okay, so I push this to the side. Okay, I push this to the side, and that's where I was confused. So does this work? It doesn't work because of the unique constraint, which makes sense if it was running another test before this one. No such oh, did I not add that to the migration? If I didn't add that to the migration, named by worker ID, it's almost as if it's implying that it's still using the database from the previous run. But I thought I told it to use a temp directory. Unless I'm mistaken how that worked. Where was I running it locally? I lost my place. Running it. Okay. Oh yeah, it was. They're using the same. Does that not mean it's using a different file though? For each run? Well, that would mean it's using a different file for each run. I run everything times it triggers. No tests were found. Well, it's helpful. Unique constraint failed. But the or have I done something dumb like wouldn't surprise me. I've inevitably changed something. Because the other test doesn't work. What have I done? 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 Well, it's 4 a.m. I'm gonna stop here. I appreciate everyone for tuning in, and thank you very much for. Well, it's almost I've almost been going for 5 hours, so that's not bad at all. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and hope it was entertaining. Hope you all have a good I'm just wondering, how does... Yeah. I hope you'll have a good evening. Thank you very much for tuning in. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.